Share my slides, just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors. Are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? A mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And at the bottom, you get those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it.
Killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm really pleased to be with you. I'm speaking from France, from the south of France, and I will talk about intercultural storytelling in game design. So I'm gonna share my screen. I hope it will work. Alors. And so I don't have any backup, so I hope it's good for you and that you can see my my screen. So let's speak about intercultural storytelling in game design and in the frame of my art and game world tour that I just ended very lately. First, I would like to introduce myself and why I will speak about intercultural storytelling today. So,
poser la question de l'identité à l'heure du numérique.
First,
mais se poser la question de l'identité à l'heure du numérique, c'est se poser la question de nos identités multiples, de tous ces autres que nous avons à l'intérieur de nous-mêmes, de cette identité fondée par notre altérité.
So I just wanted to show you an extract of my machinima. I is another that I created in 2012, dealing about identity in the digital era. And as you can see, I speak, it's my voice, but I speak inside the body of a black man because I wanted to speak about my identity, but in a different way. I'm the little daughter of an anarchist who left Ukraine at the age of 12 and crossed Europe to live in France, the country of freedom, so-called. And I'm also the daughter of a Tunisian-born man, my father. And as from the beginning, I was educated with multicultural influences. First, the never-ending stories from North Africa by my father. Some very, very hard stories about my Jewish family exterminated during the last World War. And more likely, many, many tales from Africa, North Africa, India, Latin America, and also a lot of international literature, thanks to my mother, who, when I was a teenager and younger, was organizing intercultural book exhibitions with books written in all the community languages present in the town where we were living at that time. So interculturality is really in part of my background. Also, I never felt French before to go abroad. I have to say that after 4 months in Togo, and being called, I don't know how many times Yovo per day, I know that I'm French and I love cheese and wine, but I have to say that I never felt French when I was in France because I had to face a lot of racism because we were moving from place to place and I was always a stranger because France is really a racist country. Also, as a kid and as a teenager, I couldn't really stand French history courses because it's highly political history, and France was erasing a lot of international influences to focus on our ancestor, the Gauls, which I couldn't rely to. Then how I became an art and game curator. My background was in political science studies. And in the 90s, I discussed with some teenagers and they told me that they were dreaming in video game, that they love so much video game that they would prefer to live in video games, and even they preferred video games to TV. So talking with them, I realized that games were a very, very serious matter. because if they were able to shape our imagination, our imaginary, thus they were also able to manipulate people's mind. And with a certain moral, a certain ethic, certain type of representation. So I decided as a cultural entrepreneur to promote alternative, artistic, and experimental games in order to show the other side of game production. At that time, we weren't talking about indie game, we were talking about more alternative or, yeah, independent studios. But I try to promote from the very beginning games outside of the big names of the big industry. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. But I have to say, mostly in Europe, US, Canada, and Australia, and most of the time featuring content coming from the same part of the world. Also, thanks to these exhibitions and I was traveling a lot to give machinima workshops. So this movie is done with video game. And more I was traveling, more I was giving workshops, more I realized that everywhere in the world I was going, we were all playing to the same video games. Again, the big names. I mean, even when the local culture were very strong, we were playing the same game, always GTA, FIFA, and now Fortnite. So I was thinking, isn't it possible to play other kind of games and games produced locally and to discover the type of stories? So that's why, to celebrate my 20 years as an art and game curator, I embarked in 2019 in a world tour in order to meet digital artists and independent game makers in 13 countries. So yeah, I know I am privileged, but I put everything I had to do that. I'm homeless now, somehow. So I went to Korea, Taiwan, Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, India, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Nigeria, Ghana. I ended in Togo, where I was stopped by the pandemic. I'm just back to France very lately. Along my journey, because all my work is about meetings and exchanges, I gave lectures about the relationship between art and video games, machinima workshops as well. I also curated some exhibitions, and my main aim was to disseminate and to promote all the games I found during my journey, as I am doing today, I hope. Because I have to say that I do believe in mixes. I see myself as a mix. I also really do believe in exchanges, and I hate purity, and I hate cultural ghettos. So my aims for this world tour were to discover the culture, the history, or the politics of a country through its video games, but also to promote diversity in terms of gender, sexuality, and geographical origin. I guess we are not all Western, white, young male, so perhaps it could be nice to see other type of games. I always think about the book of Anna Entropy, the video game Zainesters, where she really urges everybody to create games, because she believes that more there will be diverse people creating games, more there will be different type of games, different type of content. So I totally believe in that as well. I also wanted to tell another kind of story about video games outside of Europe, US, and Japan, because during the last 20 years, I curated some retro gaming exhibitions, and most of the time we were only showing American or European machines, sometimes Japanese machine, but you know, like, wow. So I was sure that there was another story outside of the of this world, and that's what I wanted to discover, because I wanted to discover other type of stories, other type of cultures, but also rituals, legends, myths, but also other types of character representations, city representation, and other type of landscape. So to start with this very short conference or talk, I'm going to give you some examples of the games I really enjoyed during my journey, and who show what I mean by discovering the culture, the history, or the politics of a country through the game. First, here is a game made by Somi in South Korea. The name is Replica. It's a game about control and surveillance. And for Somi, it was a way to deal with a law that was passed in South Korea some years ago, which was a little bit against internet freedom, and he wanted to show what could happen if this law would meet the wrong state, a very controlling state. And with everything that is happening right now with the virus, and it's very up to date. So thanks to this game, you can just catch a little bit some information about the law in Korea. So also in Korea, this game hasn't been published yet. It's a game made by the studio Gambrizzi. The name is The Wednesday. I show you an extract, and then I will. I'm going to explain you why it is called The Wednesday. Right now, you can see a former comfort woman. Comfort woman, where this woman from South Korea, but also Taiwan, Indonesia, that were captured by Japanese during the last World War. They captured them and they prostituted them in military camps. For South Korea, or for Korea, sorry, we talk about 100,000 women. Most of them were killed at the end of the war. Few of them survived. And after many years, they started to speak. And they started to demonstrate every Wednesday in front of the Japanese embassy in Korea. That's why the game is called The Wednesday. And it featured a former comfort woman who survived, and she has the power to go back in the past, and thanks to the information available today, perhaps she will succeed to save herself and also her comrades there. So it's really like a game dealing with post-Japanese colonialism and nowadays history, because this problem is still a reason of conflict between the two countries. Now let's go in Taiwan with the studio, Red Candle Studio, who did this horror survival game, Detention. It's happening inside the former Japanese high school, because Taiwan was also, again, colonized by Japanese. But the context is the White Terror. And the White Terror in Taiwan was from the... Sorry, I'm not sure about the date, but I know that it ended in the 80s, and Taiwan was under the regulation of Chinese government, and you had to follow the rule, otherwise you were arrested, and most of the people died and disappeared. So, thanks to this game, you can just catch a little bit of that era and how it was. And it's very important because most of the people who lived at that time don't speak about it. So for the new generation, it's a good way to know their story. And now this game is played at school because it's a good way, again, to know the past. We have to know that the same studio also created the game Possession, which was forbidden by China after only 1 week of being online on Steam, because sadly the developers forgot a meme that they put in the game, Winnie the Pooh, and as it's a way to have fun on their president, China refused to let this game online. So this question of power and story are not only from the past, but still very present. In a more light way, let's go to Indonesia with the game She and the Light Bearer, made by Brigitte Arena from Mojiken Studio. It's a game that I love because when I was in Indonesia, trying to meet as many developers and artists I could, I didn't really have the time to wander in the nature. So thanks to this game, you can discover the Indonesian forest, and also you can perhaps catch a little bit of what could be animism, because in this game you are looking for the secrets of Mother Nature, but you are also wandering in this really, really beautiful Indonesian nature. I love this game. And what is interesting is that when I interviewed them, they told me that none of them were a game maker at the beginning. They were all illustrators taught in art schools, but they learned how to make games by doing games. And what they wanted was to be able to play in their environment. I hope I speak well at your place, Brigitte. To stay in the Indonesian forest and also to catch a little bit of the Indonesian culture, even if it's really like badly said, because what I understood while being there is that each island of this archipelago is very different, the culture is very different, and even in each island, depending on the region you are in, it's totally different. So I speak about Indonesian culture, but it's very, let's say that now I'm going to show you a game that was made in Bandung, Pamali, by Storytell's studio. In this game, you are also entering the Indonesian forest and discovering Indonesian villages. But most importantly, if you want to win that game or to be good in that game, you have to understand and to know what are the funeral rites and how not to offend the spirits. And so I'm going to show you an extract. And because I see that time is passing very fast. What is interesting also is that you have some insights of the political situation, because sometimes you hear about demonstrations, and so it's a very good game to understand what is the beliefs in Indonesia. Still in Indonesia, Coffee Talk by Fahmi Hasni from Toge Production. It's funny because it's set it up in Seattle because they wanted to really reach the international market. So they decided to take Seattle as a background. But thanks to Fahmi Hasni, he was totally inspired by stories he was listening in his own life or in coffees. And what is interesting with this game is that in a very ludic and light way, you can understand some of the society matters in Indonesia, like racism, homosexuality, and this type of subject are not really spoken or talked there. So it's a good way to deal with this subject. Now let's go to Thailand, and with a subject that is quite universal, even if it was totally based on local stories. In Make It Rain, you can make rain money on policemen, but also on politicians, because then they will buy the policemen. So it's a game about corruption in Thailand. And as I said, as an introduction, it's really a subject we can all relate to, I guess, in all our countries. Now, so I won't show you the website because I'm not sure to be able to come back to my presentation, but please go online and discover Intercultural's Reality by Afra Shafiq. It's an interactive story, a game online that is dealing with the representation of women during the colonial era in India. And because she worked from some archives in Kolkata, and she was amazed by the type of representation of women always waiting at the window. We don't know what, perhaps they were waiting for the prince. And then she was also seeing a lot of images of women with books, because from the time of the colonial era, let's say that English people started to, they decided that women have to be educated, but not an emancipative education, more an education to be a good woman for her husband. So it's a very, very good artwork, game, and interactive story from India and the colonial era. Now, a game that was just published, and it's a very, very long story. I'm super happy they made it, Nodding Heads Games in India, because they put a lot of themselves in that game. So Raji, which is an ancient epic from India. What is interesting, I'm going to show you an extract. I'm not sure you can hear me, but that game was made thanks to one of the game developers who was once in Rajasthan, and he was amazed by the monuments, the stairs, and he was like, oh, if only I could play in this type of environment, if only I could play being surrounded by this ancient artwork. And it was, I guess, in 2014, and after many years, they succeeded to produce that game. And so we are really in an ancient Indian environment, and the sound and the music is also people from India, so we are really immersed in Indian environment. in the same way, because I think that for our talk today it's important, I would like to show you Mystic Pillars by Holy Co-Production, another game studio in India. It's an immersive puzzle game in the ancient India, but as you will hear, and I won't talk at the same time, it is the voiceover is told in the local language. I'm sorry, I don't remember which language or dialect it is. They have more like 100 or 1,000 different dialects in India. So, and I hope I'm not mistaking the words. With my English is sometimes a bit poor. So here is an extract.
ಸಾಹಸ ಮತ್ತು ಕೌತುಕಗಳನ್ನು ಅರಸುತ್ತಾ ವಿಶ್ವ ಪರ್ಯಟನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಪಯಣಿಗರು ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲದ ದೇಶ ಪರ್ಯಟನೆಯ ನಂತರ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ದಿವ್ಯ ಕಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಬೆಳಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ನಿರ್ಜನ ಸ್ಥಳವೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಹಾಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂತೆ ಆ ಭೂಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದ ದೈತ್ಯಾಕಾರದ ಕಂಬಗಳ ನೆರಳುಗಳನ್ನು
I have to be a bit faster. I'm really sorry about that. But this game is also available in very many different languages, and I think it's very important for intercultural storytelling. Now we go to Argentina, and I have to say that it's also important to mention that this game was created by Gabi Pella. She decided to take one of the oldest era in Buenos Aires as an environment for that game, Montana Misteriosa. It's very important because in Argentina, nothing that is done in Argentina is good for most of the people. So there are very few games which feature an Argentinian environment, and so it's one of the few possibility to wander in the Buenos Aires streets thanks to that game. Also, very quickly, I'm so sorry for the person I'm showing the work. I wanted to show you another Argentinian art game by Laura Palavecino, Beyond the Garden, which was shown at the Gamon El Arte del Juego last year in Buenos Aires. Because what is important is that the character is planting native seeds. And when we have a decolonial perception of history, it's important to go back to natives, but also native seeds. For example, in Colombia, it was quite impossible to find native plants in Bogota because it was totally erased by the colons. Also, very quickly, sorry again, the game Ita, created by Daniela Fernandez. Daniela, he's a descendant of an indigenous population from the North Argentina, and she really wanted to help people to discover her ancestors, but also the legends, the myths, and the indigenous culture. And it's important because it's not done by someone else on indigenous people, but by the descendants. Perhaps it's not really part of our talk, but I think it's still very important. This game, Florescer, is a game from Brazil, made by a student from the University of Alembe Morumbi, and it presents the life of a transgender teenager, just to show what are that the life of this teenager is really like everyone's life, but also to show what are the problems that can face transgender people. This game by Enrique Lagostera is about the immigration system and the capitalist discourses on multiculturalism. I think my time is almost past, so I'm sorry. I have to go on. But please check the game of. I would like to show you also.
Para mim, pessoalmente, trabalhar nesse projeto foi por descoberta, porque
made by Guilherme Messe. He did this game with the indigenous population of the Uniqueen through drawing workshops, music workshops. So it was really a game made with Nova California by Gamarte is also a game that is based on a Brazilian tale, and the purpose of Gamarte is also to enhance the Afro-Brazilian culture in Brazil, because Afro-Brazilian are underrepresented in the Brazilian game production also. And this will be my transition with the game industry and the game production in Africa. The two games I'm going to show you are from Brazil, and they are dealing with candomblé and Contos de Ifa by Ricardo Ruiz. Is a game made through workshops with teenagers, but also elderly people, because the idea was to listen to the stories of elderly people about ancestrality, but also about candomblé, based on Yoruba beliefs and god and goddess. And this game as well, made by some students in São Paulo, Ifa Olokun Right, is like a Metroidvania game, but it's a journey in the Yoruba lands, and you have to unlock the powers of the Orishas. So I found games in Brazil about Yoruba beliefs, but when I went in Nigeria, I couldn't find this type of game. I just found, and it's not a critique, absolutely not a critique, but I found, for example, a game where you fight with the Bible, which is totally okay, but perhaps less local that I could have hoped. So if we talk about intercultural storytelling in game design, I think that we really have to be the narrators of our own stories, and not, and not let the others to tell our story. It's available for everywhere, because when we don't speak about colonialism, we can still speak about cultural imperialism, and we are still facing that imperialism. So we really have to be the narrators of our own stories. For that, we need to research and present local stories, legends, myths. I also think that we need to immerse the audience into local landscapes, cities, assets, and it's not so easy, because most of the assets available are, for example, if we take Unity game engine, most of the assets look like not African assets. I also think that it's good to use local languages and dialects, and then perhaps subtitle it. Also local voiceover and subtitle it. Of course, there are like cost of localization, but I really do believe that it's important to, to do a counter cultural imperialism and to reverse the thing. I think it's also very interesting so it's a bit close to what I said before about being the narrator of our own stories, but to use local history, local testimonies to deal with our current history. And as we saw in Haji or in Contos de Ifa, to use local music, drawings, artworks, because it will help to immerse people in their environment. I'm sure you already saw that in the previous days, but when I was in Nigeria, I was really amazed to meet Uchenna Okiya, who already did a presentation, because when we talk about using assets from Africa, which are not most of the time available, we need to create these assets. And I really enjoy his work of 3D scanning and using photogrammetry to create African-based 3D assets. And I also met someone else who did the same attempt by 3D scanning or doing photogrammetry of like African temples. Yeah, that's one of the need to be able to do intercultural storytelling. I know that Eram also spoke before, but I was really amazed when we met each other to discover the project Africa's Legend, which is really trying to research a lot in African history, myths, legend, but also ethnies, in order to create Marvel-like heroes, but let's say African heroes, and I really love that. Also, when I met Cetriaco Naomi from Grey Parrot Interactive, I really enjoy his Mancala 3D game because what he added to that game is all the different, because this game can be found in many, many different countries all over the world with different names. For example, it exists in India, it exists in Brazil. So what he added to the game is the possibility to play with each different game rule depending on the provenance. And when we talk about interculturality, I think it's very meaningful. I'm almost done. I'm sorry if I'm late. I think, yeah, I'm super late. I wanted to show you Trans Factory by Afranemakov that I met in Ghana. One of the most promising game and artist I encountered. I really loved it because he's using eTrash to create some mobile trons, what he called trons, and then he used these trons to create a game. So it's the name of the game is Trans Factory, but it's really made from the mobiles he created from the eTrash. So and to finish, I like to show you a game that isn't published yet by Low Game Studio. It's a new game studio in Togo. The name is The Road, A Tale of Two Siblings, and tells the story of young guy who wants to help his sister, and to help his sister he decides to migrate, and he has a lot of problem, and the moral of the story is that perhaps it would be better to do the best where he lives in order to succeed. So to conclude, I think that because I faced this discourse in almost all the countries I crossed, perhaps not in Brazil, not in India, but really most of the time I heard that our stories are not suitable for the international market. I really don't believe it's true. That it's too hard for the people to read the story in order to play. No, for each game we have to read the story, and I think that if we are able to read the story about the last World War II, why shouldn't we be able to read the story of also that, and this I really heard that, for example, in Mexico, really much, in Argentina, in Nigeria, I heard, yeah, but what is coming from our country is not good. We only believe on things coming from the US or from England. This is really a belief that has to be changed, because I think that it's not true for for books. Sorry, it's not true for cinema. So why should it be true for games? I would say also that the most important now to do is to persuade the governments and the politicians, but also the universities, that it is really urgent to train and educate people in game design and game development. It's really, I think, a necessity. The entertainment in games are the most powerful entertainment industry. So the government and universities really have to teach game design and development now. I also do believe that we have to create the local audience. If we want to play local games, we need to create the local audience and to educate the younger generation to other type of games by promoting indie games in schools, but also by organizing games workshop, because if we want to have an audience and to have people to buy our games, we need to create this audience, and we need to promote other type of games, otherwise they will only want to play the same games ever and ever. I also do believe into collaboration between each other and to create new collaborative networks between countries. What you are doing, this Pan-African Game Jam, is I think amazing, because there are a lot of skills available in Africa. I also do believe that passion has to be the main word before money, sadly, but money will come from the passion. And again, perhaps to help, there is a need to highlight more local success stories, because there are many local success stories. Thank you for your attention. I hope I'm not too late, and that's all. Thank you very much.
John isombla bele jisong kong isi Tora ambong belonge ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingjel isuli nyengem
higimur binam anying yinje aye higimur anying yihen kong isi uke la nyeng jelu yong iye jelu kena iye
Inyulale Zinda bete Higi nduru Higi mandoruna Higi sam Le ikena bis Koma basugo sugul Babi yigle bis
About Carryfest.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that Carryfast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in with your Facebook or Google Plus account and explore more.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Africacomicade.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just go and answer a question and you win.
Is that Carifat? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Why don't you just die?
You killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
John isomblabele jisongkong isi tora ambombelonge ndi tobiba. John higimur alama yingel isulinyengem.
Higimur binam anyenye aye. Higimur anyenye hen kongisi uke la nyen jelu yongiye jelu kena iyi
Inyula le Zinda beche Higi nduru Higi mandoruna Higi sam Leike na bis Homa ba sugo Babi yigle bis
Laura, lo bing nana maliga masulimbo kumbe
Ipola we king ezama ningwawon.
Share my slides just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? A mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And at the bottom, you get those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
that is not part of your spirit.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these guards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
John, isombla bele jisung kong isi. Tora ambong belonge ndi tobiba. John higemur alama yengjel isulinye ngem.
Higemur binam anyenye nje aye. Higemur anyenye hen kongisi uke. Lanyen jelu yongiye. Jelu kena iye.
Inyu la lèvre. Zinda betel. Higi nduru. Higi mandoruna. Higi sam. Le ikena bis. Homa basugul sugul. Babi yigle bis.
Laura, lo bengnana maliga masulimbu kunde. Ipola we kinge zama ningwawon.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle Earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. to create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Okay, hi. So I'm here having a small talk about the power of young people shaping the next kind of version of Africa, but also Nordics. And my name is Vincent Forsman, so I'm a student entrepreneur from Helsinki, from Finland. And a little background of myself. So I come from a family of entrepreneurs. And actually my father never wanted me to become an entrepreneur, since it's obviously a bit more challenging. But well, of course, when your parents tell you that you cannot do something when you're young, you obviously want to do it. So that was kind of the beginning of my journey. And yeah, then in my teenage years, I actually helped my family kind of their businesses, and I wanted to take more responsibility. And then few years later, I actually founded my first restaurant. So it was actually my first tiptoeing kind of about kind of real entrepreneurship, what is actually to be an entrepreneur. That was when I was 20 years old. And then after that, I have founded several companies mostly with my friends. So all from importing products to Finland, kind of learning about branding, doing e-commerce shops, and kind of in the wholesale industry. And then also right now, what we're doing mostly is actually in a few companies, and one of them is selling ecological bottles that is kind of action against the single-use plastics that are really putting a lot of waste into this world, and it's really terrible, even the production of these plastics. So that's actually on the bottom, kind of a charity aspect. So each my hobby projects. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. And then when I went to university, I'm actually studying in Helsinki, so studying business. And during my studies, I've been really involved in this kind of entrepreneurship society ecosystem. So, which basically is like a student movement in Finland with students interested about entrepreneurship and doing voluntary work to help and inspire other students start new companies by doing different events and programs. And when you're young and you're interested about entrepreneurship, by becoming part of these societies, you also get kind of invaluable experience and very unique responsibility, as well as kind of contacts that will help you in life, whether you want to become an entrepreneur or anything really. And then I actually became the chairman of that society, and we had a few $100s in the bank account, and by the end of that year we had like over 20,000. So it was a great learning experience on how to kind of grow an organization, even though it's like a non-profit. And in Finland, actually, it's very unique, and why kind of Finland is so world renowned. Like I think fifth best startup ecosystem in the world is because of all these young people volunteering. And in Finland, kind of all universities have these entrepreneur societies with young people really shaping the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And also, I'm sorry for all the background noise. I'm actually in Tallinn taking part in a startup event this week, so I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me. But actually also like 2,600 young people every year organize biggest startup event in the world in Finland. So yeah, that was kind of my background, and then why I'm here talking. So at our school, we have this kind of mandatory exchange that you have to do abroad in another country, or then you can do an internship abroad. And I wasn't really interested about going to another country to usually party for 6 months, and I wasn't really interested about going to like the neighboring country to do some office work. So, and I always wanted to work in Africa. So me and a few other kind of entrepreneurial friends thought about this as an opportunity to do something super cool. And then we put our heads together and our experiences and what we could actually do that would be like impactful. And then we came up with, doing these business incubators. I'm sure most of you are familiar with incubators and accelerators, maybe not been involved with them, but you know the concept. So that's something that we've been involved in Finland for many years. So it has been super valuable to us, and we really wanted to give it forward. And so what we did, so we actually bumped into a guy doing his PhD at Hanken at our school, and he was from Rwanda, and he said that we really need this in Rwanda because the youth unemployment is super high, especially among like university graduates, which was really surprising to us, since at that moment we didn't know much about African ecosystems and all that. So we asked them to come to Finland, and they came here, his friends from the PhD guy's friends. That was super interested to join this project. So they came here, they watched what we have in Finland, what kind of ecosystem, what kind of programs we have here to help like entrepreneurs here. And then we went to Rwanda and we met with potential partners who were really eager to give us like free spaces and free resources to make it happen. And like fast forward, let's say 3 months from that moment, we had kind of gathered some resources like funding and computers, like screens, like whatever we needed from here or from Finland. And then we came back to Rwanda for some months, and then we actually launched the first incubator, which was like super cool experience, and did it as a really collaborative project. And we actually focus on helping like young agricultural entrepreneurs like really turn their ideas into sustainable businesses. So that's kind of what we do in Rwanda. And then we came to Finland, and we needed, of course, some funding and more like help and support to make it better. So we contacted like different entrepreneurs, companies, foundations, and then we met with this guy called Peter Vesterbacka, who's gonna actually, I think, speak later today as well, and has been kind of the face of Angry Birds, the game, which I think is super cool. And I've played that game many times as well, so everyone in Finland knows him. And he's been doing so many other things as well. And we talked with him, and he was super excited what we had done in Rwanda. So actually, we have now 2 incubators in Rwanda, and then he said to us, that's super cool, but how can we do it in all the 54 countries in Africa? And we were like, whoa, okay, that's quite an ambition. And we thought that, first, like, it's probably gonna be done. But then we actually were like, okay, hell yeah, let's do it. And then together with him, we formed a team. So we really involved all the young people here in Finland to be part of this new initiative. And the initiative called Ambitious Africa was born. So as you can see, this is the logo. And we started Ambitious Africa less than 4 months ago. And we have now teams in 24 African countries. And we have over 150 young people working together. And we have had 29 digital events with over, I think, 10 ministers and best local entrepreneurs in all the countries, and been featured in, I think, over 200 articles. And we are now actively doing like these collaborative projects, which are now, I think, 37. So a lot of stuff happening. And what we basically want to do is kind of finally solve the issues, like the really have to solve issues in the world, and doing it like with young people and do it like cost efficiently. So kind of we, the young people, can really make a difference, and we should encourage all young people around the globe to take action and solve local challenges with the support of kind of public sector and more experienced advisors. So what Africacomicade is doing is just amazing, since we have to together create the gaming industry and ecosystem and connect kind of all these gaming organizations to Africa, so that all creative people who really want to build and are passionate to build games has the opportunity to do what they love. So I really congratulate you for the amazing event, and this is a great start to achieve this beautiful goal. And I think young people are the future, and we have the power to change things really for the better. And actually, I think we have even more power, since together I think we have really unlimited resources. And I know this was quite a short speech, but I was really reserved to answer any questions that you have, and how we can work together and really build a really sustainable future. Yeah, thank you so much. So, any questions? Hello? No questions? Okay, if there are no questions, I could, let's see. Yeah, so I could actually share my screen and show a little bit about what we're all about with Ambitious Africa and how you can join. Hopefully you can see my screen now, but So let's see. Going to ambitious. So ambitious.africa, and here you can join the movement very easily. Join us. What we're all about. So we're about these triple E's: so education, entrepreneurship, and entertainment. And this is kind of what Nordics are known about, and it's all about young people making the change. And we're already a big network of people. This is kind of old numbers, but what we have done, some ministers, what have told about us, our upcoming events. And if you want to join, get involved. Actually, I could just show you our ecosystem already. So this is where we are currently at in these countries. So we're happy to link you and help you in any case about this in these countries. And if you want to get involved, there are our portal where you can sign up for different voluntary positions. And something else that is super exciting that Bambi Dang will share with you later on during this program. So she will share with you the opportunity to come actually work in Finland and at the same time study in a university, studying, for example, how to build games and work for the best gaming companies. But that is what we are about, and I urge you to join the Ambitious Africa network and ecosystem and make a change together. Yeah. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, I have some questions. What plans are there for game designers? Yeah, so what we are looking to do is like events such as these are really amazing to get the ecosystem together, and we were actually thinking about doing these events like almost the same time, but then you were doing it and we thought you were doing it a fantastic job, so we thought about just supporting you in any way we can. And I think this is a good way to start, and I think what we need to do is kind of just bring the network even more closer to Africa with all the game developers and companies, and see the talent that is here. And then, of course, opportunities to come and work for different Nordic countries in different organizations. So we're very happy to work on that project as well. And then, of course, like doing coming to study to Nordics, that is something that we're super happy to do as well. Okay. Do ambitious Africa visit universities to get young game developers starting out to get accustomed to the gaming? Do we visit universities? You probably mean in Africa. But yeah, I think that's a really fantastic one, and what we are aiming to do is have university ambassadors in all the universities in Africa and promoting these different opportunities, and we are really looking also to extend the partnerships with Nordic universities that are teaching out game development skills to collaborate and also implement courses together with Africa universities. But also to kind of have that exchange option, and then of course that combined with the experience of working for a gaming company is something that is needed. And after those experiences, or why not before as well, kind of teaching the principles of how you can actually grow your business or gaming company to the level that they get the funding and you can actually survive and come to the point where you can actually release the game, which is kind of hard to do without resources, but doable. But still, we're very much looking into that since entertainment is one of our key pillars. So, yeah, I'm still sorry about the background, but it's horrible. Any other questions? Okay, is this what you work with studio? I'm probably mean with the 5G studio, and that's more about the 5G connectivity together with the streaming studio. So we are doing that now in Kenya and looking to do it in other places as well. So that's just about having a place where there is some really good internet and you can kind of have really cool events and also kind of create some educational content with VR, AI, and all that can be kind of the hub for that. Okay. Any other questions? And by the way, I have to say that this event is just amazing, and you have been producing it so good, and all the graphics and the streaming platform is just amazing. So congratulations on that, and we're super happy to work with you more intensely going forward. Okay, Vincent Elbow. All right, thank you so much, Oscar and the team and all the participants. Good luck with the event, and we are very happy to support all the game developers that are doing very well in this Gamathon, and also the team behind this great initiative. But yeah, you're probably looking forward to hearing from Peter. That's Peter Vesterbacka, also part of this initiative, and Bambi, that's also working closely with our organization. So I thank you for this, and good luck. And remember that the young people, both here and in Africa, like globally, can really change the world when we come together and just believe in what we're doing. And what is super important, ask for help. People are super eager to help. But yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. And you can reach me from Vincent@ambitiousafrica.org or connect me to LinkedIn or really anywhere. So, happy to discuss afterwards. Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great week. See you soon.
Bienvenue dans la République très démocratique du Mboa, gérée avec amour éternel par son excellentissime président, guide, fondateur, sauveur, Raoul Boutel Mugabian. Ici, si tu es jeune et sans relation, ne cherche même pas un travail dans une grande entreprise. Il n'y a pas. Mais tout n'est pas sombre. Des hommes et des femmes se dévouent chaque jour au service du peuple. Ce sont nos fonctionnaires. Ici, au Mboa, seuls ceux qui se sacrifient pour le pays doivent avoir droit aux plus grands honneurs. C'est pourquoi, pour bâtir une nation émergente, son excellentissime le président guide fondateur sauveur Mugabian a lancé une vaste campagne de recrutement des agents de l'État. C'est ainsi que débute votre histoire. Vous êtes l'espoir du village. Tout le monde a cotisé quand vous avez réussi le concours de la plus prestigieuse université des élites. Après des années d'études difficiles, vous avez enfin le précieux matricule. C'est le début de votre carrière dans le gouvernement du Mboa. Deviendrez-vous un jour un haut responsable de ce pays?
Le responsable est bientôt disponible sur smartphone.
Vous voulez le matricule? On va vous donner ça.
Suis-nous sur les réseaux sociaux pour ne pas rater ça.
John isomblabele jisongkong isi Tora ambombelonge ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingjel isulinyengem
Higi murbinam. Anyen yinje aye. Hey mur. Anyen yi hen kong isi uke. Lanyen jelu yung iye. Jelu kena iye.
Inyulale. Zindabete. Higi mandorna. Higi sam. Le ikenabis. Homa basugo sugo. Labi iglebis.
Laura, lo bengnana maligama sulimbo kunde. Ipola we king ezama ningwawon.
Skyfest.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that carry fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Killed them. What got into you? First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
Share my slides just a sec. Here we go. And then I will present. Yes. Okay, so first of all, if you want to start making games, entertainment products, basically anything, you want to have your own studio, this is what this talk is all about. So I'll tell you about what kind of things I think are useful, and then we might have a minute or two for questions at the end, but since we're running a bit late, that might not be possible. But then just email me and ask me. So first of all, who am I? So I've done mostly game design for the last about 7 years. I've been working with games for 12 years. I've done testing, graphics, lots of different things.
Connect with, partner, and work with us on your game development journey. The question becomes on number 4 is, are there any success stories that, for some of you who are looking to enter into the video game industry, are there any success stories that, you can look and see and also be able to relate with? So on slide number 4, you can be able to see 4 respective snapshots.
First of all, thanks for having me. That's such an amazing event. I looked at some of the stuff, and looking back 2 years ago, I already had some of my most great experiences in Africa, where I was able to work in countries like Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Congo, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, for example. So that was such an amazing experience for me. And what I was really fascinated about was the passion of
investors are people who are seeking. If you've ever seen a mango tree, right? A mango tree that has mangoes all over it, right? And at the bottom, you get those ones at the bottom, right? That you don't have to do anything to just pluck them, right? That is what investors are looking for. Investors want to look at the mango tree with loads of mangoes in it, right? They don't want to look at a seed.
John isumblabele jisung kong isi Tora ambong bilonge ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingjel isuli nyengem
Higimur binam anyeng yinje aye Higimur anyeng yihen kong isiuke Lanyeng jelu yung iye Jelu kena iye
Inyulale Zindabe Higi nduru Higi mandoruna Higi sam Leite na bis Homa ba sugul Babi yigle bis
Laura lo bengnana maligama sulimbo kunde Ipola we king ezama ningwawon.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle Earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions, or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in to Facebook or Google Plus accounts and explore more.
So, hello. Okay, so do you want like fireside chat or just me to talk, or what's the plan? Okay, so just me to talk, I guess. Yeah, okay. So let me just. Okay, so we're live. So basically, yeah. So I have a bit of an echo, but I'll try to kind of like deal with that. So, but yeah, so it's great to be here and great to see all of you, or actually not see you, but talk to you. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm Peter, and I've been like an entrepreneur all my life, and I worked obviously on games for quite a bit, and always been playing games. So since many years, when you know, back in the Commodore 64 and all of those, that era of you know, hardware and stuff, and I also remember you know, games like Pong, which was like a big deal back in the day, and of course now looks pretty basic when we look at like what we're doing nowadays in the games industry. But yeah, so then I started actually my working career working at the original startup. So that was like you know, the company that Bill and Dave started in their garage in Palo Alto in 1939. So that company was HP, and those guys were Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard. And I was actually fortunate enough to meet with both of them when they were still alive. And not only, you know, did they start HP, so Hewlett Packard is a fantastic company, but they actually started the whole Silicon Valley. And that's kind of a long time ago, and of course before my time. But anyway, well, when I was working at that company, then I also did something called the HP Bazaar, and that was a way for this big corporation to engage with these slightly smaller companies, and we had a specific focus on mobile services and kind of like cool new services to run on the boring infrastructure provided by HP at the time. And then in 2003, when I was running this program, so it was something that we started in Helsinki, Finland, and then we took it like all over the planet. So we launched these spaces in Singapore, in Tokyo, and then we took back into Cupertino, so back to Silicon Valley. And we did Beijing, Shanghai, Bangalore, London, Amsterdam, Milan, lots of places. And then in 2003, when our friends at Nokia, another like great Finnish company, they had come out with their first smartphones. So actually, if you look, back in 2003, that was a couple of years before the iPhone came out in 2007, and then Android, a bit later. But anyway, so that was when our friends at Nokia were still making phones. And of course, when you have new hardware and cool new, phones and cool new devices, of course, what you want to have is games, and more than just the classic Snake game. So we decided to do a game making competition, and that was like August 2003, to make the best possible mobile multiplayer game. And the reason for multiplayer was really that Nokia made the phones, and then the HP side we made the servers. So we want to have like a reason for being, and of course with multiplayer games you need some server side stuff as well. And the interest from the HP side was to provide that. But yeah, then three young guys, Niklas, Kim, and Jarno, students at the Aalto University here in Helsinki, Finland. They took part in this competition, and they won the competition. And then they came to me afterwards and said that, okay, that we're students here at Aalto, and now what should we do? I mean, we created this game, we won the competition, like now what? And then I told them that, hey, what you should do, and this is kind of like the advice I always have for everybody, is that like do what you love to do. And it was very clear that Niklas and the guys not only loved playing games, but they loved making games. So I said, like, why don't you start a company, to make games, like how difficult can it be? And of course, it turned out that making the games maybe was not that super difficult, but then, getting traction and success and, running a company, not so easy. So it took 6 years, 51 games, and then 11th of December 2009, the 52nd game, Angry Birds, came out. And that's a game that I'm sure most of you have heard about, and hopefully most of you have played as well. So that came out in 2009, and it wasn't success like immediately, but we were kind of like thinking that we're onto something, because what happened when then Niklas went home for Christmas, and you know how it is, like then always show your parents that, okay, this is what we've done, and so he gave his mom the phone with Angry Birds. And typically what always had happened before is that, okay, his mom has to look at the game or the phone and then say, okay, yeah, very nice, and he gets the phone back. But then with Angry Birds, he didn't get the phone back all Christmas. So clearly, this was mom, and back then it wasn't like the norm that everybody was playing games, also moms. So this was something that was a big indication that, hey, this is, like pretty big indication that this could be something. And then as friends and family, why don't you download this Angry Birds game? And then we became #1 in Finland. And, not so difficult because home of Nokia, not too many iPhones. So we went to #1. And then #1 in Sweden, our neighboring country. And then Apple took note, and they featured Angry Birds in the UK, the US, and it went to #1, and it stayed there. So that was kind of like then how the success started building. And at that time also, Niklas and the guys asked me to kind of like help with Angry Birds in the US, and started doing that. And then a few days a month, and then very quickly realized that, hey, we could make this not only big but huge. So back to Helsinki, I said, okay, let's make it so. And then we set this crazy ambition, which of course doesn't sound that crazy, but if you go back to 2010, it was. So we say, okay, we're going to go for like 100 million downloads of Angry Birds. And then everybody told me that, hey, Peter, you're like insane. I mean, nobody has gotten to 100 million, not even Tetris. And Tetris has been around for like, at that time, it was 20 years. And yeah, then basically what happened was that first 12 months, 50 million downloads. Christmas 2011 happened. We added another 25 million because everybody got new iPhones, Androids for Christmas. And then you know how it is when you get a new phone, you go to the App Store, what is number one? Okay, so it's Redbird, let's get that. And then, yeah, 25 million downloads happened. And then in March, we hit what was supposed to be impossible. And after that, it became easy because 12 people in the company, when Angry Birds came out, we grew that to 850 very, very rapidly. And when you then asked the new people, the people who weren't there when the success happened, like, what do you do at Rovio? And then there's, we make games, then, like 100 million downloads happen. And what I mean by that, it's we learn how to do that. It's kind of like very difficult to do that, but it's like in everything in life, once you figure it out, then it's easy, or at least easier. And yeah, so then when I'm kind of like asked that, how did you make this success happen? Then I say that, okay, like everybody being from Finland or being based here, then, everyone knows how to walk on water. And then like, okay, what do you mean? Like walking on water, isn't that like pretty difficult, even impossible? Like, the 100 million was supposed to be impossible. But then when we figured out, then, became like doable. And what I mean by this walking on water is that, as I mentioned, most of the people that joined the company, they weren't there, they didn't know. So for them, it was just like normal that, yeah, we make a new game, 100 million, new game, 100 million. That's like normal. That's what you do in companies like Rovio. And of course, it's not normal and it's not that easy, but when you know how to do it, it's not that difficult, and it's definitely not impossible. So what I mean by the walking on water is that then when you know how to do it, it's easy. So if you come to Finland in the winter, it's very easy to walk on water because it's frozen. And this is true for many things in life. So basically, first you think that walking on water is impossible, but then you realize that, hey, it's pretty easy when it's frozen. And that's exactly the case with like the 100 million downloads, that once you figure it out, it's not impossible, and it's very much possible. And I think that this is true for many, many things in life, that it first sounds very difficult, even impossible, but then you figure it out and then you like just go out and do it. And I always say that there are very, very few things out there that actually are impossible. So as long as you don't need to kind of like break any like laws of nature or anything like that, then it's definitely doable. And I think that this is very typical for entrepreneurs, and we are a bit crazy and we think that we can do anything. And that was kind of like also what we did with Angry Birds and like making it happen. And so yeah, then after that we expanded into animation, consumer products, licensing the brand all over the place. And then started, like getting these questions that, hey, or comments that, like you guys are a games company and what you're like making toys. You don't know anything about toys. Like, what are you actually doing? You should focus on what you know how to do, which is making games. And then I always answered this question saying that actually we are very, very focused. We are focused on providing Angry Birds branded experiences in all forms and shapes to our fans. Very simple, very focused. And then, yeah, we made Angry Birds the fastest growing consumer brand on the planet. I mean, 93% of the Chinese population know the brand, 91% in India, 9 out of 10 people on the planet know the brand. So, of course, not totally surprising, because I'm sure you know that Finnish people, best marketeers on the planet. So when you are, serious about making games, you also have to be serious about marketing, because who cares if you make the best game ever if nobody knows about it? But yeah, anyway, then we got the first movie out in 2016. It became #1 in 52 countries, Finland, US, China, everywhere. And that was also when I decided, okay, now it's like a good time to, step down and start focusing on bigger things. But also, I mean, it was like that good time with the team, perfectly capable and knowledgeable to do things themselves. So I kind of like left Rovio to then focus on bigger things, and been now focusing on building this infrastructure, so connecting Helsinki and Tallinn with a tunnel. And that's kind of like the tunnel is not the interesting thing, but we're actually enabling this huge talent density to happen here between Helsinki and Tallinn, and building one metropolitan area. And we're already doing pretty well in games, but we want to make that even better. So I always say that if you stop, a person at the local Starbucks in Los Angeles in the US, and then you start, asking him or her that, like, okay, could you please tell me a bit more about your movie? And then in LA, of course, Hollywood, everybody has a movie idea, and they will start telling you that, okay, this is how the movie works. This will, have this guy in the, main lead role, and so on and so on. And here in Helsinki, when you stop, person at the local Starbucks, and then you ask him or her that, okay, so tell me about your game. And then they will say that, oh, it's like this RPG with, or it's a match 3 with role-playing elements, or, like whatever. And, and they will start talking about their game idea. And that is actually not too far from the truth, that we have a massive number of game studios. We have the highest density of game developers. And when you have that, then, of course, you will see, and you can expect to see a long list and a string of hit games. So, I mean, Angry Birds, then, Ilkka and the guys did Supercell, and they're like even more successful. And now Timo and his team did Small Giant, and just Zynga, acquired 80% of Small Giant for like 800 and some million. And there's a lot of more success stories to come. So I would say that success breeds success. And then when I look at now, Africa and the game development community across all 54 African nations, so of course it varies quite a bit from country to country, but there are already like some hotspots emerging. But I think that we're probably at the same kind of let's say level of attitude or thinking that we saw many years ago here, because when you told people that, okay, you're making games, and then people say that, oh yeah, but when are you going to get like a real job? I mean, games, that's not like nothing serious. But now, of course, after the success of Angry Birds, Supercell, Small Giant Games, many others, now people realize that, hey, actually games is like a serious business, and it's a career, and you can study to make games, and different areas of game development at the universities. You can get your bachelor's or a master's, or you can even do like your PhD, around games. So it's like it's real, it's serious, and it's definitely like something that you can do with your life, just like any other job. And I think this is very important. And now when I've talked to many people across Africa, I think that we still have a situation where people will say that, hey, yeah, okay, fine, games, but when are you going to stop playing games and all of that, and like get a real job? So there's still something that we need to do on kind of like the mindset side, and I think that's why I'm also super happy to participate in the event today, and then see what we can do together to kind of like start changing the mindset. And of course, what we need to see hit games, success stories, coming out of Africa, taking on the world, becoming #1 all over the planet. And I think that that's bound to happen. And events like this, great to get more knowledge and sharing the expertise and all that. And I think that is something that we need to do, and we need to do much more of that. So super happy to see that you have this kind of event and you're doing this. It's very, very important for building the community and building the success. And I think that is also one of the secrets of the success of the Finnish games industry, that it's really about working together. And it's a very tight, very close community, even though we have thousands of people working in games, but it's still like a very, very kind of like close family, if you will. But anyway, I think that, I could talk for hours and hours. I don't know if you have any questions or comments, so I'm more than happy to answer those. I think we still have a few minutes to go. So please add the questions in the chat, and I'll be more than happy to kind of like answer. So I see no questions yet. So I mean, don't be afraid of asking. So it's like perfectly okay. So just can ask kind of like anything. Okay, like something. I'm just indicated on the screen. Okay. Let me see. I'm on my mobile. Okay. Let me see. Okay, now I see. Okay, yes, it was in the comments. Okay, okay, very good, very good. Now I see them. So okay, the question was what key element that made Angry Birds a success. I think that it's a combination of many things. It's not like one thing, but it's obviously great characters, and that's where the game like started. And then also gameplay and the mechanics, like super like engaging, and then if you look at kind of like also the marketing, so I already referred to that before, that, I mean, who cares if you make the best game if nobody knows about it? So I think that is, again, so it's a combination of many things, not one thing, but many things. And I always say that you have to get not one, but all things right. And I think that was very much the case with Angry Birds. Then the inspiration behind Angry Birds was questioned here also. So the whole thing started with Jaakko Isalo, so one of the game designers at Rovio, drawing these bird characters. And he was pitching a new game idea, and nobody really kind of got what the game was about, but everybody fell in love with the characters. And then we have to build a game around those birds. And then over the following 8 months, that was done, and the rest is history. So the characters really like where it started. Okay, biggest challenge after creating the game. I would say that with Angry Birds and with all games, and actually with all products, all services, I think that it's always then getting the message out there. And so marketing is always kind of like really essential. And, a little bit like what I said before, that yeah, great, building a great game is not enough. You also have to have great marketing. So I think that's something that is very important always, and you should have the marketing as part of everything that you do. And then, okay, some comments on how we can collaborate across the continent. So yeah, I think that that was one reason why we started Ambitious Africa earlier this year. So we really want to bring the African youth, the African community, the African game developers together with the game developers and the youth over here in the Nordic countries. So I think that this is something that we need to do, and we have to do, and I think that we should do that at all levels. So connecting the game developers, the game studios. Also, I think what we're doing, we're connecting the universities. So at our universities, I think that it's almost impossible to find a university that doesn't offer many different programs and degrees around games. And when I look at then the universities across the African continent, it's not the norm. And I think that it's not so easy to find education in all around games. So I think that's something that super important. But yeah, bringing people together is really key. And And if you haven't signed up for like Ambitious Africa yet, go to ambitious.africa and check it out. And then, marketing strategy behind Angry Bird. Yeah, I think that the key thing there was to do things differently. So we did many things, and we did things differently from like everybody else. So I think that's so I think that was like super important, and we weren't afraid to do things differently, and we were not afraid of being ambitious. So I think that was also one thing that it's something that I encourage all of you also, that when you are thinking about marketing, don't be afraid of being different, don't be afraid of being ambitious, and then just like go out there and do things, try things. And in marketing also, learning by doing always works. And then okay, did we know that Angry Birds would be this huge when creating it? Okay, as I mentioned, with Niklas' mom playing the game all Christmas and all of that, of course we expected it to be some kind of hit game. But if you look at Angry Birds today, 4 billion downloads and crazy success, that is something that nobody could predict or expect. I mean, I thought I was very ambitious when I said 100 million downloads, because that hadn't been done before. But now, if I would have said, like, oh, we're going to go to 1 billion or 4 billion downloads, I mean, that you can't even like comprehend. So if somebody says that I knew that this was going to happen, I mean, they're not like telling the truth. Yeah. Very good, very good. But I think that we're running out of time here. But if you want to connect with me, it's very easy. For example, Twitter. So P Vesterbacka. So that is where you can like easily find me, and just like send me a message, and we can see what can be done. And I'm passionate about like now bringing people together. So really like the Nordic community and all of the African game making community. I think that we can learn a lot from each other, and I think that there's amazing stories and characters and basically everything all over the continent. So I think that there's a lot of stories that need to be told and can be told through games. So I think that's one area where we can do amazing things together. Okay, there's still a question about animated movie. We were thinking about making a movie from the beginning. So from the beginning, we wanted to position, Rovio and Angry Birds as a brand company, an entertainment company, not just like a games company. So for us, it was very clear that it's all about the brand. And okay. So question about like challenges in making a game in Africa. I think that similar some challenges that we had before Angry Birds, or before like hit games coming out of Finland. So I think that you need role models, and once we see a hit or two coming out of Africa, then people will start understanding, start believing that of course you can create fantastic games in Africa, and of course you can have fantastic success for those games kind of like also outside of Africa. So I think that's role models are super important. And also, Ilkka, so Ilkka Paanen, who started Supercell, he's said many times that, I mean, they were looking at Rovio and Angry Birds, and like if those guys can do it, then we can do it as well. And then of course with Supercell they did something much bigger, and then Supercell we're super proud of the fact that they were kind of like the first decacorn in Europe, so acquired for like $10 billion by Supercell a few years ago. So that was like super successful, obviously. So role models, all levels, people, companies, super important. I just saw that I have an additional 10 minutes if needed, so I'm more than happy to answer kind of like more questions. And if there's anything, feel free. But yeah, I think that what we should look at is really how we can work together. And then there's a question about growth hacking. Okay, actually I was in Helsinki, like I think 2 years ago, and going to this housewarming party of Columbia Road, so one of our like e-commerce companies, or building like the e-commerce solutions, and then Sean Ellis. So he's the guy who kind of like invented the growth hacking term. And then I had a good chat with Sean, and then turns out that he took a lot of inspiration for how we did the growth hacking of Angry Birds. And of course, we didn't know that we were doing growth hacking. That growth hacking term was invented after we did our growth hacking, but that's fine. But anyway, so I think that what we did is that we tried a lot of things, and we were not afraid of going out there doing totally, you know, crazy things, different things, and I think that for us that was really like the spirit and how we did it. And I mean, there is a long list of things that we did, but maybe one of my favorite things was how we marketed Angry Birds Space. So we first of all we launched it on the International Space Station together with NASA, and then we got like this fantastic video produced by what's his name now? The astronaut was there. The name will come to me in a bit, but anyway, but he did this like real world Angry Birds game on the space station. So he built the slingshot, and he got like eggs and pigs and birds and stuff up there on the ISS, which was pretty impressive. And then you know, he created this video, and then that like went all over the place. And then because we were talking about Angry Birds Space, we looked at all things space. We took over the Space Needle, so you know that tower in Seattle, and we put a big red bird on the Space Needle, so you could say that we turned the Space Needle into a slingshot. And then all our friends at Amazon and Microsoft and you know these Seattle-based companies were like, "What is going on here? Why is there a big Angry Bird on the Space Needle, which is like this landmark of Seattle?" And I think that still, if you go and Google Space Needle, probably you will see many images there with the Space Needle with the red bird hanging from the side of that. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, anyway, so we did all kinds of you know cool stunts like that. And of course, in this era of social media and you know everybody being connected, then these kind of like very local stunts like you know space station, Space Needle, of course they have massive local impact, but they go like all over the planet in like no time. And I mean this event is a great example that I'm actually sitting over here and you're all over Africa and we're all connected. So that's again just example that it's not about the physical space, but then about creating compelling messages and experiences, and then they will go all over the place. So I think that's kind of like our experience. Yeah. So let's see. So when are you going to invest in a game startup in Africa? I mean, yeah, like you never know. So like once we see like something amazing, then of course super interested to talk more about investing and like what we can do. So it doesn't matter if it's like Africa or if it's US or China. I think that great games and great companies can come from anywhere, and I think that totally expect you know great games to come out of Africa, and then if not this year or next, then you know within the next 5 or within the 10, actually hopefully much faster. But I totally think that there's going to be many hit games coming from all over the African continent. Yeah. Let's see, do we have new? Okay, now my phone is like not obeying my orders. I can't see, but hey, but I think that I need to go. My next meeting is coming up, but it was fantastic to join all of you. And as I said, you know, if you want to reach me, go to P Vesterbacka on Twitter. And you can find me there, and then let's you know like continue. If you have more questions or you know something that you want to talk about, then you know, just contact me there. But hey, thank you for making this fantastic event happen, and I look forward to seeing many more like this in the not too distant future. So have a fantastic day, and let's see what we can do together. Yeah, thank you.
John isomblabele jisong kong isi Tora ambang bilonge ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingjel isuli nyengem
Higimur binam anyeng yinje aye Higimur anyeng yihen kong isi uke la nyeng jelu yung iye jen kena iye
Inyu la lep Zinda betep Higi nduru Higi mandoruna Higi sam Le ikena bis Homa ba sugul Babi yigle bis
right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it. Even more?
Killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
About skyfest.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just want to answer a question and you win.
Is that Carifat? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers Architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation.
The meat, it has tomatoes in it. This tastes so good. With a hot cup of melon. This is so delicious.
This burger just melts in my mouth.
It's really nice, you know. This will be so good. I can have it as my main meal like forever. I love this whole look it has. It has tomatoes in it and chicken.
And I love chicken.
It tastes like December.
And
it's one of the best burgers I've had for some time now.
It's just calling me to just eat some more.
Bienvenue dans la République très démocratique du Mboa, gérée avec amour éternel par son excellentissime président, guide, fondateur, sauveur, Raoul Boutel Mugabian. Ici, si tu es jeune et sans relation, ne cherche même pas un travail dans une grande entreprise. Il n'y a pas. Mais tout n'est pas sombre. Des hommes et des femmes se dévouent chaque jour au service du peuple. Ce sont nos fonctionnaires. Ici, au Mboa, seuls ceux qui se sacrifient pour le pays doivent avoir droit aux plus grands honneurs. C'est pourquoi, pour bâtir une nation émergente, son excellentissime le président guide fondateur sauveur Mugabian a lancé une vaste campagne de recrutement des agents de l'État. C'est ainsi que débute votre histoire. Vous êtes l'espoir du village. Tout le monde a cotisé quand vous avez réussi le concours de la plus prestigieuse université des élites. Après des années d'études difficiles, vous avez enfin le précieux matricule. C'est le début de votre carrière dans le gouvernement du Mboa. Deviendrez-vous un jour un haut responsable de ce pays? Le responsable.
John isomblabele jisong kong isi Tora ambombe longe ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingel isulinyengem
Higimur binam anyenye aye Higimur anyenye hen komisi uke lanyen jelu yongiye jelu kena
Inyula lem Zinda betem Higi nduru Higi mandoruna Higi sam Le ikena bis Homa basogo sogo Babi yigle bis
Stop right there. Do you have any illegal items to declare, sir? We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Fuck it. Let's do it my way.
Where are these cards coming from?
Seriously?
Is this a dream? I got it. I got the interview. Echo, can you imagine this is finally happening? This is a pretty cool gun. They trained well. Appreciate it.
Killed them. What got into you?
First, I will get to you.
By then, you will understand.
about skyfest.com. This is an app that you download. When you download it, you just go and answer a question and you win.
Is that very fast? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Congratulations! With just 7 MB, you have joined the best mobile gaming community in Africa. Experience our amazing game categories and a wide range of offline games. Enjoy H5 games and instant tournaments, as well as filtered hot, top, and new game selections just for you. To get more, log in with your Facebook or Google Plus account and explore more.
John isomblabele jisong kong isi Tora ambombe longe ndi tobiba John higimur alama yingel isulinyengem
Higimur binam anyinje aye Higimur anyenyi hen komisi uke lanyen jelu yongiye jelu kena
Inyula le Zinda bete Higinduru Higi mandorna Higi sam Le ikena bis Homa basogo sogo Babi yigle bis
The meat, it has tomatoes in it. This tastes so good. With a hot cup of melon. This is so delicious.
This burger just melts in my mouth.
It's really nice, you know. This would be so good. I could have it as my main meal, like, forever. I love this whole look it has. It has tomatoes in it and chicken.
And I love chicken.
It tastes like December.
And
it's one of the best burgers I've had for some time now.
It's just calling me to just eat some more.
We play games to escape zombies, cast magic spells in Middle-earth, or just to pass the time on a commute. But what if we created games to change the way we view the world? Games that help us all create a vision for the future cities of Africa. Well, that would be a level up in anyone's game. It's why the Goethe Institute created Enter Africa, a gaming challenge that engages and encourages people to examine the social, cultural, and infrastructural needs confronting Africa's megacities by asking one simple question. What does the future of your city look like? With 15 teams from cities across the African continent, young talented game developers, architects, city planners, designers, creatives, and engineers were united together to think outside the box and creatively explore, question, and envision the past, present, and future of their cities. Their quest is to power up the way they are viewing their cities, the strengths, the challenges, the mojo that makes them unique. To create digital and analog gaming that's not only fun to play, but brings players together on a mission to seek out solutions, solve the puzzles, explore ideas, and adventure forward to collectively uncover the opportunities that exist within these African cities of the future. Enter Africa was launched at the beginning of 2018. Through a series of workshops, participants have got to plan, design, and develop their games to explore the past, present, and future of their cities, while breaking down barriers and borders and building bonds through the exchange of knowledge and ideas with other teams. The result? The launch in March 2019 of 15 action-packed, location-based games that will challenge the skills of local gamers, bring people together as they seek solutions or simply explore their cities and the obstacles that confront them, taking them on a journey to strategically tackle the themes of creativity and innovation, while discovering unknown and forgotten places as well as the need for infrastructure. Enter Africa then takes it to the max, combining the visions of the 15 city games into one mega African game, which promotes African cultures and the creation of a borderless continent, to be launched at Gamescom and different African cities in 2019 for the whole world to play. You can get involved by following us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or go to our website to find out what's happening. You'll also get to play the games. Get your game on. Be part of the Enter Africa movement.
About Fireside.com. This is an app that you download, and when you download it, you just go and answer a question and you win.
Is that curry fat? Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
isomblabele jisong kong isi. Toara ambong belonge ndi tobiba. John Higemur alama yengel isoli nyengem.
Higemur binam anyeng yenje aye. Higemur anyeng yihen kong isi uke. Lanyeng jelur yung iye. Jen kena iyi.
Inyu la lèvre. Zin la bételle. Higi nduru. Higi mandorona. Higi sam. Le ikena bis. Homa ba sogo babi yigle bis.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Nice to meet every single one of you. My name is Joy Ajayi, and we have with us Wendy, Sid, and Ali, and Mohammed from Senegal. Yeah. So would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'll go first. Hello, everyone. I'm Ali. I'm here today as the founder of Baddies in Tech. I'm also a recent graduate of the MEST Africa Software Entrepreneurship Program. So over the past 2 years, I've just been, transitioning into the tech industry. And so today I find myself here, through Oscar as the co-founder of Africacomicade. So I'm excited to talk about gaming and gender and inclusion in gaming because my community, Baddies in Tech, is all about including women, especially women of color, in the tech industry and helping them transition more smoothly into the tech industry and not have it take 2 years like it did for me, which actually isn't bad. So I'm glad to be here.
All right, City.
All right, so I'll introduce myself. Hi, my name is Sita. I'm a Zambian currently based in South Africa. I run an organization called prosarium.net, and the goal of that is to document 1,000 African women and their contributions to games. Also to kind of what Ali said, like, so things are different from how it was for ourselves, I guess. Put more women in the spotlight for games. Yeah,
Right.
that's my interview.
Mohammed. When did you just...
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Okay, I will put my mic in a few. I'm just fixing some issues right now, but yeah, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure being here with you ladies. And so yeah, I will start by just telling this. Like, I'm just passionate about filmmaking, about just writing, and of course video games, and everything that is like social change related, because like I work like in a social change environment too, and I'm also passionate about personal development, and I'm also doing right now an MBA in public relationships. So yeah, and before that I used to just do political science, something that I hated for 3 years. But yeah, I think here we are, and I'm just like I'm excited to just talk about gender issues and video games and in general. So thanks for having me.
Thanks for having us too. Okay, can we just break the ice? How has COVID been for each and every one of us in individually and in our countries? Well, in Nigeria here, people aren't taking it seriously. Well, we are just it's really alarming. I mean, few of us are taking precautions, wearing nose masks, social distancing, but the average Nigerian doesn't really care or doesn't feel it's a disease of the average. Feels the rich man's disease, so we can't get it. So how about you, Ali? How is COVID in your country?
Well,
And
I'm
for
in
you
Ghana right now.
individually.
Yeah, COVID, I mean, it's been an interesting time, like a lot of adjustments, working from home, whatever. But I think, like, I'm an ambivert, so I like to be at home half the time, right? So have good, have bad in terms of like going out and everything. But yeah, I've been at MEST, so we just kind of started working from home, doing all our research, teamwork, everything from home. And MEST is very takes it very seriously, like very seriously. Like at our graduation this weekend, they wouldn't take pictures of you if you don't have your mask on. So yeah, it's been like, I guess I don't know how it is for the average Ghanaian, but I know for like people in MEST and in the MEST community, we've been very serious about it. So yeah, I just wash my hands, wear a mask. Yeah.
How about you, Siti?
Here, well, if you check the statistics, we probably have the highest rates of cases in Africa, in South Africa, and I think 5th highest in the world. So, even if other people, like, I do see other people aren't taking it seriously, but I'm just, cautious for myself and the people around me. Like, I don't really go outside at all. I'm indoors all the time. If I go outside, I'm wearing my mask. And yeah, I mean, like, I can't control other people, but I can control myself. So that's how I'm viewing it. Yeah. Yeah.
How about you, Mohammed?
Oh, I mean, I think it's like the same thing for everyone in like every country. Like people just have that view of like that pandemic not existing, and so like you just can walk like outside and seeing people not wearing their mask and telling you that this thing is not real, and yeah, I mean like it's not helping anyone. And even if we are really doing some efforts like on a just large scale in the country to minimize the effects, like um, it keeps on growing, and yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, talk will get an immunization soon. Just something that would make all of this calm down. Really, I can't imagine adjusting to a world with COVID in it permanently. It's just that feels scary. Okay,
Yeah, but I
then
mean it have some
I want
positive things
to,
to learn from it. Like I'm an introvert,
yeah.
so
I mean,
like
there's been a lot
it's
of
kind of like it got the best thing to the best moment to be alive right now.
yes. I mean, now nobody can say joy come out. I mean, nobody's going anywhere, so that's the
Yes, exactly.
problem enjoy. Yeah. Okay. Elsie, can we start with you? How did you get involved in tech and gaming? Let's kind of let people know how you developed the interest and how you've come so far in games development and tech also.
Okay, so for let's see, was it tech or game? Well, for games, like games have always been a part of my life. I'm trying to think of where to start. Oh, sorry, my hair just keeps standing up at the back. Games have always been a part of my life since I was a kid. Of course, I mean everyone. It's the same with everyone, but I just kind of always kept that curiosity in I guess how they were made. But the thing is, I actually didn't even think about making games I didn't even think it was possible to make digital games until like I was much older and I found out about about that there was someone in Zambia who I knew or someone in my community. They were like, "Oh, this guy in Zambia made a game." That was like 2013, and I mean, how old is I? I think I was 19 then, and then yeah, when I heard about that, I was like, oh, we can actually make our own games. And when I saw what he did, I was like, because at the time I was trying to learn how to code. So a lot of that stuff happens at the same time. A lot of stuff happened at the same time. So my interest, and when I actually was learning how to code, someone gave me a book called Make Your Own Games with Python. So I learned Python through making little games. And when, and I didn't even when I was doing that, I didn't even see the connection between that and making larger games. So when I actually did find out that someone made their own games, and they told me, and I found out they used Java, and Java was one of the languages which people were using for Android at the time, and I was attending hackathons and seeing people make apps with Java. So I was like, these skills, like there is a connection. So I started a community to explore that in 2013. And I guess that's the story of how I got involved in the game development community from the beginning. That's how I got involved in it as a community. Tech as a community, almost at the same time. But before that, I mean, I did computer studies in high school. And I did way back before I wanted to be an engineer. Right now I'm studying computer science, by the way, and I wanted to be an engineer before that. And even before I wanted to be an engineer, I was curious about multimedia engineering, like making 3D graphics and all that. I was like, oh, that would be something cool to pursue, although no one really pushed me into that, so it was just at the back of my mind. But I've always held that interest, if that makes sense. But as in terms of growing it, in terms of being a part of tech communities, that mostly came from being exposed to the Zambian tech and startup scene in 2013.
How will you say the Zambian tech community has gotten from 2013 to now?
It's definitely grown. Actually, no, it's really grown. Like I really love. Some world-class developers in Zambia. Like there are people who are doing like really awesome things in Zambia. Back in 2013, like for example, let's say the type of people you would see talking about tech online. First of all, there were very few people who are talking about like kind of mainstream topics in tech, like Google development, AWS, DevOps. I don't even know if people were talking about DevOps at the time, but all I know is that in 2013, not as many people were talking about tech online, and it was an extremely niche thing. Like at the time, I only knew like 2 or 3 people who are making apps at the time from 2013. But now, like, if you ask me about Zambian developers who are doing things, I can list a whole bunch of Zambians who are making cool apps, Zambians who are making cool games, Zambians who are competing in international hackathons and winning international hackathons. Zambians who are flying out to Facebook conferences, Zambians who I think are going to Google I/O. I think, I just know people have been winning tickets to go to Google I/O, Facebook Developers Conferences, F8, other tech conferences around Africa. Yeah, Zambians are getting pretty well known as developers, and I think that's really awesome. Yeah.
And awesome too. Ali, what about you? How did you develop your interest in tech or gaming?
Yeah. Okay. So, as a kid, so I was born in Ghana, and I moved to the States at 6 years old. So as an immigrant child, I don't know if you know people who have had experiences as immigrants in the state, but your parents tell you don't, you're coming here to study, you like don't pick up too many of their habits, pick up the good things, don't pick up the bad things. And at the time, we had a computer, but my parents were very strict, and they said, stuff like MySpace or, stuff like that, off limits, right? You'll get kidnapped, it's bad, like, no. So I wasn't even allowed to have like an email at that time. But me and my younger brother, we just, because of the fact that we weren't allowed to do anything else on the computers, we played a lot of games, PC games. So a lot of MMORPG games, RuneScape, World of Warcraft, Neopets, like different games with strategy or like, role playing involved were like my thing. So I was always very like into those kinds of games. And that's really my experience with technology as a kid, because I wasn't really allowed to like be social networking and whatever. So growing up, because of the fact, again, my parents wanted us to be doctors, lawyers, like take advantage of education in the States, I went to school for biology. So I graduated in 2018 with a degree in biology. But like my senior year, I also was working in an emergency department. So at that time, I was working with electronic medical records, which are just essentially the technology that doctors use to record patient visits. So I was working a lot with that alongside doctors, and that was really the time where I was starting to get curious about technology and its application in healthcare. And that was really when I saw, okay, like I don't want to be traditional and like go to med school. Like I want to somehow get involved in this tech thing because I feel like this is a way that I can really make impact, affect change. Because I was seeing a lot of discrimination, uninclusivity in the healthcare system. So that's kind of how I got curious about like technology as a career. And so I quickly, during my graduation period, found a job at a health tech startup, started working at the health tech startup. And then, not really, again, being part of the tech community, I started looking online for other people who, other like Black women in like the tech industry and stuff, just kind of trying to find community, mostly on Instagram. And then that's when I founded like my own community. And because I didn't really see a space for, women like me who were encouraged to be in tech and everything like that. And I was never encouraged to be in tech. So it was kind of just trying to speak about my experiences, put it out there, see who else resonated. And a lot of people have resonated. And so the community for me has grown with me as someone who came from no tech background to someone who's in tech and has just graduated from a tech entrepreneurship program. It's grown with me. I've really been able to see who's interested in transitioning into the tech industry and kind of grow community around that and ensure that people who are like me have a way to be in this lucrative industry. And I think it's the same thing with gaming. It's I wish that there was people around me who encouraged me to continue gaming. And I think that the reason why we don't see as many women in gaming is because nobody's encouraging them to do it. And it's you have to either really have it in you and find your own way, or, you give it up. So yeah, that's me.
Okay, Mohammed, we know that you are a film enthusiast, story writer, yeah, if I'm correct.
Sorry?
Oh, I was talking to Mohammed.
Okay.
Are you with us?
Am I?
Are you with us? We're talking about how you got interest into the tech space and gaming. So
Yeah.
would you like to tell us more about that for you?
Okay. Well, I'm not into tech really in the field. I'm passionate about tech, but I'm not into tech, and I'm more into video games. And yeah, I think it started when I was I think 2 or 3 years old. And ever since I've just been in the gaming environment. And I remember just at one point of my life, my dad telling me that, hey man, you know what, you need to stop these things because yeah, they're just not it's a waste of time. And I think that gaming is really underrated in a sense that it's a medium, but it's like a movie. It's like a book that you could read. It's just different. And it's all these things at once. And I think gaming has brought me so much things in my life. And yeah, just growing up, I just started just to be in this field, and then met amazing people who were just gamers like me. And so they had an association of gamers, and they wanted to promote gaming in the country, in Senegal. And so at the moment right now, we did so many projects around it. And yeah, I'm just following a passion that I started since I was very, very young, and I just keep on just promoting it and create awareness to know that to tell people that to show the good side of gaming, as a gaming industry. And yeah, that it can bring a lot of good and can impact many people for the best.
Could you just tell us the name of the association for those watching from Senegal so they could
Yes,
join?
it's Sen Games. The association name is Sen Games. And yeah, that's that.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to let viewers know that for the women watching this, there will be tickets for the Women in Game conference coming up in September. So comment and let us know you're watching so you could win yourself a ticket. So now that we know about your interest in gaming, we are going to back with us. Can you tell us what are the barriers you feel women are facing? In Ali, you mentioned going to the US and coming back to Ghana. In some sort of way, this is a privilege that some women on the streets don't have access to. So what do you think that, there are challenges peculiar to you and there are challenges you feel that are peculiar to them. So could you just mention some of this?
Okay, challenges in what way?
And barriers that are stopping women from being interested in tech or game or anything that like you said, becoming a doctor. For me, my parents wanted me to become a doctor for a very long time. It was a very huge struggle. I mean, they are doctors too, so it's like family legacy. But I
Yeah.
said that no, I wanted to do games. So it was a back and forth until they got comfortable with the idea of me becoming a
Yeah.
games developer.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So what are the barriers you feel women are facing, especially
Yeah.
those that do not have the same access you have had? Do
Yeah.
you understand?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think that, you know, I think the gender differences are almost the same everywhere, right? Or like the gender disadvantages. It's especially if you're an African child, like regardless, you know, your parents have a certain expectation of, you know, what you should do with your life and what is deemed as valuable. Even as a kid, like, right, they'll say reading is more valuable than playing games. So as you're growing up, if that's something that you want to pursue as um, a profession, or if, you know, like, let's say it's technology, let's not even say it's gaming, you know, you want to do something within the tech space back then, say, I don't know, 2010, you know, they're not going to understand that this is something that could possibly, you know, make you happy firstly, and, you know, also be a lucrative career that you can pursue. So I think in that sense, for me, my experience has been, you know, not being encouraged to pursue something that's different than the norm or non-traditional. Um, but in terms of, like, you know, outside of your family units, I think that, you know, women are always taught to sit back and let the men take the lead on certain things. And I've really noted that, you know, coming to Ghana and like trying to push, you know, women in tech and like community around women in tech is, even if you're doing a certain panel or a certain event that's supposed to be exclusive for women in tech, and, you know, not exclusive, but it's supposed to be focused around women in tech, and, you know, men show up, the women, you know, you encourage the women to ask questions or do this or do that, and they still like let the men take the lead on that. And it's just ingrained from the beginning to just not let your passion for things show, and, you know, not be too loud so that you don't come off as stupid, or you think that you're better than this person or that person. So I think it's, you know, it's just something that society pushes on women, and it's, you know, patriarchy is not just a detriment to women, it's a detriment to men as well. But, you know, I think that that challenge is there across the board. I think that maybe in the States it might be a little bit, there's more opportunity, or there's more encouragement to get past that. Here, I think we just need to like continue, you know, pushing like these initiatives, and like making it more mainstream and letting people know that it's okay to like want to like gaming or like want to like tech. I think now it's, you know, really getting into the forefront of people know that you can make a lot of money and you can, you know, have a comfortable life, different things like that. So I think it's changing, but I think the challenges now is just, you know, the ingrained old ways, versus a new way that people are just gonna have to fight for. And like you said, you know, you just have to keep telling your parents, you know, this is what I want to do, this is what's going to make me happy, and then like proving that, yeah, it's fine. Like even now, my parents don't know what I'm doing. You know, like they think I don't know. So I just have to keep like being strong about about my position. When I was like leaving my healthcare like field and path, you know, my dad was like, "Oh, you're selling yourself short. You can do so much better." And I'm like, it's not about doing better. It's about doing, like, it's about following my passions and my dreams, right? And I like, I'll always I'll always look out for, yeah, like comfortability and everything, but then there's also risk and like following something that you love. And I think parents just have to let you do that. You just have to be strong about it and fight for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Site, what are the barriers you feel women are going through entering into the gaming industry?
So inside the industry, like it's no secret that, like, you know, for a long time it's been seen as a guy's space, and even guys within the industry, there are a lot of guys who want to protect that, and things have gotten better. Things are getting better, but it's but I mean, people don't realize like how ingrained it is, like not just in the gaming industry, but even in the tech industry, how there is such a culture that it was made around men, that like it's kind of it makes it a bit off-putting for a lot of people to enter the industry comfortably, because I mean, when you like, you kind of like when you just know in general, like you just sometimes you just know, like you're not comfortable in a space, like because the space wasn't made for you sometimes, or the space wasn't made for consideration. Like sometimes you know that, like whether it's you can think about it in any of your own backgrounds, whether it's your cultural background, your religious background, or something like that. But a lot of people have experienced that, like where you enter a space and you know that it wasn't made with you in mind, and it doesn't accommodate you. So I think a big barrier is the fact that, yeah, a lot of the culture around the games industry and even the tech industry is still holding on to that. People still want to be bros about things, but I'm glad it's changing. I'm glad it's changing, but people don't realize that even the people who are making an effort to change things, they don't realize, they probably haven't realized some things that they're overlooking. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but it is something which I do talk about. But I think I mostly talk about it from a racial background as well. Like, besides even talking about women in gaming, like let's talk specifically about Black women in gaming. Like there are a lot of things, like just the fact that you probably won't be able to see a character, like when people talk about games, the history of games, or when people bring up iconic game characters, you won't see yourself there. You won't see Black women there. And even the way Africa is represented in games, like you just know that when someone's going to bring up Africa, particularly, I don't even know, like we probably can't even really think of African women in the context represented in gaming. Well, there are a few. I can say that, like Erin from Orion, Legacy of the Coriolan, and that's our own game, which is cool. That's an African game. So, but if you think about other games, you'll probably think about people like I've forgotten her name from Uncharted, or yes, Uncharted. There's a South African militia, I think, from one of the Uncharted games. But yeah, like it's so hard. Like you see how hard it is for me to even find myself there. So you'll struggle with things like representation and seeing yourself in spaces and having your needs, can I say, acknowledged and met, as an African woman. Because I think in a lot of tech spaces still in Africa, that is still a thing. That people people still see women programmers in a bit of an alien way, which isn't so nice. And one big thing. So another thing is, okay, I remember something which like people won't. Something which is off-putting about being in a space where people aren't familiar with seeing you, is that you spend so much energy talking about you being in the space. You spend so much energy either defining yourself or explaining yourself, like who you are and what you are. Because I mean, like, look, this is the panel. Like right now we have a panel. This is a panel about the gender divide and women in games. So some people might be off-put about the fact that they will have to represent. They'll have to represent all women, kind of, because that is the thing which is going to happen. Like if you're a woman in the space, people are going to talk to you about it. So some people aren't so. Some people would rather just be where they're already comfortable, where they feel at home, where they feel integrated, rather than go somewhere where they'll always be interrogated, or even in a bad way and a good way. Like we always have to say like, oh hey, look at me, I'm a black woman in tech. Like oh, like you if when people want opinions on diversity, or people want to point out diversity, they'll always point to you. Like you won't just live quietly and peacefully, you won't just live a normal life sometimes. So I think that is one barrier. Like it's a weird barrier. It's a weird barrier, but I noticed it recently, like especially in the lockdown. I'm just like, wow, okay, a lot of, well, especially with things which are happening in 2020, I'm like, a lot of people are talking about diversity, like, you know, like, I like to talk about things. I like to talk about
Not
things,
too
but
much.
this year it's been always talking about diversity. It's like, I like talking about things in general, like, you know, I hope that one day we'll get to a point. So I'm okay with facing this for now, because my idea is like, okay, we're gonna bring more women in tech, and you know, maybe we'll be changing seats now, so it won't be all the pressure on a few of us talking about the same stuff all the time. So that's but sorry, I went off on a tangent, but just
No. I actually completely understand. It's something I was struggling with last month. It felt like every time someone reached out to me, it was because I was the one woman that they knew in games. And it's like, oh, do you know other people? And then I struggle to mention other girls I know that are doing game development. So I totally understand your. I feel it's a barrier too, because then it feels like, oh, if I get it in games, I'll become the spotlight. I mean, we can't just relax and do our job normally. So I mean, Mohammed, this is coming from. We need your opinion from a guy's point of view. Like, we've all talked about what we feel are barriers for women entering into game, and you cannot identify with our struggle, but you notice these things. So can you just tell us from your side what you feel is stopping women in your country or around the world from being interested in tech industry or games?
Okay, I really do feel you. If even if I can put myself in, and knowing that what you are sure actually experiencing, because I know like there's like even if you don't talk about the gaming industry, like there is so many stereotype about just women in general, and when you are in a gaming workplace or environment, like you women might feel like you don't belong there, and so therefore you tend not to be confident and comfortable bringing yourself, and or just your talent or your creativity to the work. And I think there is many things involved in this. Like it's about the code, about the language, it's about the stereotypes about women and the attitude in front of them, like they can just make an impact. And and I think that's where inclusion matters. Like I think we have to just make some adjustment in the gaming field of just for women, whether it's adjustment or the need to be psychologically safe and included, and being in the gaming industry, like you have to allow women also like to just have to bring this leadership inclusion, because both men and women have very specific things in common, but they do have a very strong different strong traits that can help them on their work at large. And I think people have to open their perspective and get rid of like hidden stereotypes and judgments about women, and it's very easy to fall into the trap, into that kind of trap. And I think the challenge of gender inclusion is like just to track it, to measure it, and like it's for example, it's easy to track pay gap. You see to pay gap in the gaming industry, because like there are numbers, but like the challenge I think is to just recognize the harassment that you guys can girls can get, the how can I say it, like just the discrimination in general, and we have like to just encourage like women working in the gaming industry, like change the culture. Like we have to change the culture so that women can also share their talents and create the stories that they want to tell. But there is a perspective that I wanted to share, and you just tell me how you think about it. But there is an issue that I actually disagree in the gender inclusion, and who is turned more towards gender equality. So here's my point. Like it's like raising the numbers of people from underrepresented group that you are actually employing. Like it doesn't guarantee a good work environment of equal opportunities. So like it's like going into a battle that you already lost. But I think we'll go on it in more details. Like sometimes like gender equality is not a bad thing. Like the bad thing is just doing something that is not doable in the long run. Like so, I have an example. Like in Norway or in just Scandinavian countries, like the equality there. Like when you think about diversity, equality, inclusion, countries like Norway are the ones who I talk about. And Norway is considered to be one of the most gender equal countries in the world, and they have made great efforts on this side and on all the side, and including like gaming industry. But it's also interesting to note that there was not a discrimination of females, but not in not like in other countries. And like girls usually excel more than males at school, like it. So like there's a personality gap, and I how can I point it? Like the supposition was like if the society was more equal, we would have more equal interest. Like more efforts are made for a country to get equality. The more effort for a country to get equality is made, the more difference between men and women increases. And like imagine like 90% of engineering are actually male, and 90% of female are actually nurses. And like this is from like just a biological and cultural state of point of view. And so usually women tend to be more interested in people, and men tend to be more interested biologically in things. So sometimes like you will just see that women sometimes are not interested in engineering or tech, and there's other people that say no, because like we don't allow them to do that. Like I agree, we don't allow them, we don't encourage them to do this kind of things. But I think we have to recognize in a way that they have like I think extremes exist, and just knowing that sometimes women may be not interested in tech fields, but we have a job. It's like just to encourage like all the people, and including women, and getting rid of stereotypes that can confront them like in the short or long run. So
right.
yeah, that's my point. I do want to know like what's your perspective about this.
Okay. I have something.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right. Okay.
No, go ahead.
I think you have to be careful about saying, like saying the. I'm actually quite a bit disappointed that this is something that's going to take up much time in the talk, because you have to be careful saying stuff like women are more biologically inclined to linking that to someone's career. That's a very unfair thing. And first of all, like, okay, I don't know if you have supporting evidence of that, but also even just saying that, like, we're in a space where we're trying to encourage women to we're already in a space, and we are women here. We're all women here, and we're trying to encourage other women to take on the role of gaming. And no one is forcing anyone to take those roles. It's like we want us as women. We've already talked about what is in the spaces that is would be discouraging for us. So I think, like, I mean, it doesn't really add to the discussion. It takes away from the discussion, like trying to say that, we should push for equality, but not too much, because the world which you're talking about, like, where or the world where people are being forced into a tech space, it doesn't really exist. I know that's not what you said, but we're not. I don't think there's a point where we can go too much into something like I don't see anyone discouraging women from taking roles in nursing, but we want to open these interests which women might not have been encouraged to take part in. We want to open that up to other women. So yeah, I don't think it's a good point to take the discussion.
Okay. I think like there is some mistakes here. Like I agree. Like I thought like I added like some things to the table, because I just to bring you like a perspective about just how, like, men and women see things psychologically. Like, women, they like to like just be in projects and work around people. And just work around people. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't disencourage a woman to be in the gaming industry. I would like to have more women in the gaming industry, but I just want that people in general, like, to know that here are the strengths of women if they want to get in the gaming industry. Or here are the strengths maybe of men, not like in general, like, because I'm not talking about just about specificity or general, but I'm just saying that like, women like have to be in every kind of enterprise in the gaming industry. We should like encourage women to get into what they want, and we should also like promote gaming industry. You can hear me?
It was breaking a little, but I feel like we have tackled this question for a bit too long. Maybe we could. Oh, okay, Ali, you can proceed for a bit, and then we move on, so that it's a sensitive issue. Yeah.
So, as a biologist, right? There's nature versus nurture, right? There's that argument of what we're born with, our interests, our personality, who we love, like our sexuality and everything, versus, is that something we're born with, or is that something that's nurtured at a young age? And that argument has been battled by scientists for so long. They've even done twin studies where, you're born with your twin, what is it? The closest twins, whatever they're called. And then, they separate, and then they study how each twin grows up, and then they, try to use that to equate nature versus nurture. And sure, there are differences between men and women, like, that's for sure. Physically, we're different. Emotionally, that could translate into differences. It's just something that's not as easily measured as physical differences. And I get that, but I think that it's too skewed, right? Like you said, 90% of engineers are men and 90% of nurses are women, but that's not how it works. Even if you look at, some of the Eastern religions where they talk about yin and yang and feminine and masculine energies, like, we all have a mix of both energies. We all have, 50-50 or 70-30 or 10-80, like, whatever the case may be, right? We have a mix of these energies, and everybody has a different level of that feminine versus masculine energy, and that could translate into what someone is interested in. But I think if you look at the industry, that doesn't reflect what it should be. It could actually, like, you could say that women do like being around people more than men, right? And men do like things more than women. But I think if the nature versus nurture was balanced, right? Like if the nurture of girls growing up wasn't to discourage from engineering or whatever, maybe we would see more 60-40 versus 90-10, right? So I think that, I see your point. I get you bringing up the fact that we are different. And I think it's very important to acknowledge those differences. On my team at MEST, it was all girls, 4 girls. And that was when my recent team, and that was when I realized, like, wow, it's very important to have a male perspective on a team, in a working environment, etc. Like, it's very important. It's not just, oh, let's replace girls with men, or let's replace men with girls. It's, let's have a balance so that there's different perspectives and different opinions that, come together to make a whole. So yeah, it's good to acknowledge differences. It's good to know strengths. But I think equality still has a really big part and point to play in this.
Yeah. Can I just add something, like, just to just do a conclusion around it? Yeah. I don't want to, like, just minimize, like, women, or saying that women, like, are less than men or anything. Like, I just point out that and let's put an example: a man and a woman, in an equal opportunity of chances. Like, they have equal competencies. Like, men are not, like, just better than women, and women are not better than men. Just, like, to just clear that out. But the thing is, just talking about, like, equality, like, for example, like in a workplace, like, it will be hard. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. Like, you have to do it. You have to do it because, like, you have to just promote, like, to just create awareness so that, like, girls who are interested in this kind of fields can get into it. But, like, when I say, just, like, I'm seeing a comment, like, if women are more interested in people more than men, and we know games are created for people to play, then women are actually more equipped to produce, like, games, and I understand that. I'm in accordance to that. Like, I really believe that. But the thing is, I'm more talking toward interest. Like, it's more about interest in general. I don't think if you should just get me. It's more about interest than competencies or talent or anything. And yeah, it's maybe like maybe like you might think it doesn't add up to the conversation, but the thing is, I think that, like, we have to make efforts. We have to make it in the gaming industry. We have to get rid of stereotypes. We have to get rid of discrimination. That's something that I'm actually fighting for, because I'm working on it. But I'm just making you, like, adding a perspective of interest around, some fields and some others.
I think interests are nurtured, right? Like, interests, when you start doing something as a child and your parents encourage you to do it, you continue doing it. But if they tell you, no, that's bad, like, don't do that, that's a waste of time, you stop doing it. It's the same way that, like, society subtly shapes a girl or a boy's interest. Girls and boys aren't born liking pink versus blue. Like, it's not because of the different hormones that girls and boys have that they like pink versus blue. When the girl is born, they put her in pink. They put pink around her room. They give her pink toys, and she ends up liking pink. When the boy is born, they give blue things, and they end up liking blue. So it's like you said, it's not even really about tackling diversity and inclusion in the gaming industry. It's not top down, it's bottom up, right? It's from when you're a child, letting the girl express the way she wants to express, regardless of anything. And then we would see the true nature of what a girl is supposed to be, or what a guy is supposed to be, because they get to choose that for themselves. So I completely concede with you, but I think you're coming at it from the wrong angle. Don't look at it in the gaming industry. Look at it from society and like where we start as human beings and how that shapes our interests. Like you're trying to point out. Yeah.
I agree. Like it's more a cultural thing. Like there is a cultural thing into it, and there is like some consequences like of your education of like the environment you it. But like just if you suppose that like it means that imagine in a world where we are moved like in and more equalitarian just movement. Like imagine like
I'd like
Norway.
to stop you there, Mohammed, please, so that we can
Okay.
proceed with some of the questions. I think we've all gotten the point, and thank you for sharing your perspective. We
No
really
problem. And
appreciate
sorry if I take too much time and just didn't add
Not to
like maybe
worry.
a
That's
perspective. Yeah.
okay. That's okay. So I'd like to tackle, for us to tackle some questions I can see on the comment section. I see Afrogamer says, I think a lot about African queens, and most especially those who play casual, those in casual mobile gaming, but don't know if there's an business opportunity for them. So what are the plans to engage and educate African women in the industry? Maybe we can start with you, Site, and then we can go on with the rest.
All right, so to tackle Afro Gamer's specific question, you think a lot more. Oh, you think a lot more African queens game, especially casual mobile gaming, but don't know there is an industry or business opportunity. Yeah, so there are a lot of women who actually play games, and like I said, and this is from experience, I do have friends who, before I actually got to know them a lot better, we used to be in the same spaces, and I didn't know they played games. But the thing is, they weren't very vocal about the fact that they were gamers, even outside casual gaming, because of how they were received. The kind of attention they get, like the kind of stuff we talked about, like there will be a spotlight on them. So I think, yeah, there are a lot of, and also right now I'm in a group of just Zambian women who play games, and it's really fun. And it's fun for the reason that we're not in the spotlight. It's fun for the reason that we're just sharing a pastime. So I think, and people in the group do stream occasionally, but they stream within our communities. I think you can just look at a lot of the things that have been happening online and the harassment which a lot of women get. Again, I think that is still a barrier, like the gaming spaces and tech spaces. Gaming specifically, like there is still harassment of women as streamers, and that might be discouraging. Because I do know people who stream and they don't go public about it, and I wouldn't want to force them to go public about it. I think people should be able to just enjoy streaming as a pastime, and the people who think there is a business opportunity. So the more you bring people together, and that's what I'm hoping to do. Like not specifically for casual gaming, but with my project for documenting 1,000 African women who have contributed to games. I think things like that connect more women and bring them more together and let them know that they're not alone. It will probably get rid of the discomfort, and just having some solidarity, supporting women as gamers, Black women, African women specifically, maybe like supporting each other as gamers, as game developers. Yeah, and for business opportunities, so I think about I think in general though, maybe it's just because I'm from Zambia, but in general, I don't see too many Zambian streamers, or I guess African streamers in general. I don't see too many African streamers in general, but I do know in terms of the number of African men and women I know that play games, I think I know an equal amount. So if African streamers rise, I think we'll see more women rise, and take advantage of the business opportunities. Yeah, that's what I can say. That's what I can say on that.
All right. Ali, would you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I actually really like this question because I think that, you can know something on a surface level, but then not know that there's a career behind it, or people who do these things and like make money off of it, or, like they said, business opportunities or an industry. For example, you could know that, there's law, but you don't know that there's lawyers. That's obvious. We obviously all know that there's lawyers, right? But you know that there's games, or maybe you don't think of like who builds the games, or you've never seen a woman actually develop a game, or a Black woman actually develop a game. So you don't know that there's an opportunity for you to look into that, pursue it. I think that's the same way I felt about tech. Like, I knew that there was tech. I knew that people built tech, and I interacted with tech, but I just didn't know of the opportunities in tech, the careers and the different paths that you can take. And like, I think over the last year to 2 years, like I really learned about all the different career types, industry opportunities that exist, right? And I think like even from today, like not like, honestly, I didn't even know that there were like women game developers. Like I knew there were game developers, right? But I don't know, I've never interacted with a game developer before. So it's really just about seeing more of that, like putting that on a pedestal. And like, yeah, like you're saying, sometimes you just want it to be a pastime and for you to enjoy what you enjoy doing. But I think it's also important to reflect that this is an opportunity for you to do what you love, and a career path that you could take, and like, so that it's not just your side, like your weekend thing, you game on the weekends. Like you can actually make it your career and like make it your life and enjoy it. I think that that's an opportunity that people it's worth putting out there for people to know of. So I mean, I think like I'm doing with Baddies in Tech, it's like trying to get people who are already in the industry, like someone who's already a UI designer, who's a Black woman, to peer mentor, or share their experiences getting into UI or staying in UI, or like what they do in their daily lives, so that someone who's interested can see a target and be like, okay, this is what they do, this is how they do it, this is someone I can talk to. And so we're building like our membership platform for Baddies in Tech, so that, because we've been doing it on Slack, we also did it on WhatsApp, but it's all jumbled. So I want one place to do that. And I think like if any of you want to like, come and lead a group for like gamers, right? And like get more people interested in gaming, or start, conversation around gaming and Black women, like that would be something that people join, and then, have people to reach out to and have a community to talk to about games and careers in gaming. And then, share resources, share opportunities, and like, there you go, more women in gaming and in the industry. So yeah, I think it's important to talk about.
Okay. What about you, Mohammed? What are your plans on engaging more women in Zen games and in the industry in general?
Yeah. Like just by understanding like that that men like have to accept like women, and it's like the idea with the point that I just gave, like just the path. It's just a path, but I think there are many paths, and maybe I was wrong on like that angle, but yeah, I think like it's a path, like, or just to know, like just bring solutions to get rid of just many stereotypes and discrimination. And so like when you know that you're not better than someone, or just like girls or anything, that's when you start to get more humble and accepting about women in the gaming industry. And changing the code, like changing the language, I think like it would be very important. And just like making sure that women are confident and comfortable like doing their work, and to everyone, like mostly girls too, and to just create that solidarity and support around girls and create awareness about it and encourage women initiatives for just this, for just my country. Like it's just like very very rare to just find some gamer girls. And sometimes and like, I was like, man, like I can't wait just to marry him, like just a gamer. Like that was my goal. I was like, no, it was just a joke. I didn't go. I was young. I was dumb. But yeah, so it's just like to say that like I don't find. I wish I will like I will see like more girls around the gaming industry, and I think they have a lot like just to bring into the table, and it's changing. It's changing, and yeah, you want to say something? Okay, it's changing, and I think that hopefully we will be at a state when we will like just look just behind and all the efforts that like we made collectively to just resolve these the many issues that women can face like in the tech fields and gaming industry or just at the world at large. So yeah.
All right. Thank you. So, maybe what would you guys tell a woman who's interested in joining, the industry right now and is a bit hesitant? Yeah. So as we wind up, maybe just give some words of encouragement to any woman who might be watching us right now and is interested in joining the industry.
Should I start?
Oh, yeah, you may. You can start.
No, go ahead, Mohammed. Oh,
I would say the best support you can. I would say connect with women who are in the industry. Like don't be afraid to reach out to women in the industry. I would definitely say don't be afraid to reach out to women in the industry, because you might not visibly see a lot of people working, but if you look for people and you find them and you have conversations with them, they can be real champions for you. Like I'm really speaking from experience here. Even with proserium.net and some other initiatives of mine, like they wouldn't be where they are without the encouragement I got from a lot of women in the industry, in the background, like me, like just if it's from sharing ideas or asking about career opportunities and things like that. Don't be afraid to reach out to people. Maybe it's me you want to reach out to. Don't hesitate to reach out to me on Twitter or something. Like I'm always like, I'll definitely support you if you reach out to me. And I'm very sure that a lot of women feel the same way. So don't be scared and reach out to people, and always have people who support you and who in the background. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Mohammed, would you like to go next?
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just like seeing just the different countries, like I think we are less judgmental in Senegal. For what I can see, we are less judgmental about that. I hope I'm not wrong, but yeah, I think it's just to start acknowledging that women have a part to play in this medium, and they have like a very interesting and a special way, like to just convey stories and just like to work in general, and like right now at Saint Games, like we are promoting gaming. We are promoting gaming like in the country, and we would like if there is some like women in general that are just into gaming space, to like to just be in it and know that there are people actually who are working around that, like to make sure that everyone like is included.
All right. Okay, Ali.
Okay. Yeah, I think piggybacking off of Mohammed, I think know your talents, know that you do bring value to the industry, whichever industry that is. And, if you're starting from scratch, start where you are. If you have experience that you're coming from. And this is just generally tech. Like if you're coming from a healthcare background, see if there's a way you can combine health and tech. And then maybe if you want to do something different, go from there. If you're coming from an administrative background, see if you can combine admin and tech and then go from there. So just, start where you are, start with what you have. And yeah, reach out to people who you want to be like. Don't be shy. Someone also helped them get to where they are. So more than likely, if they're not stuck up, they'd be willing to help you and advise you. And yeah, I don't know if there's any specific way to get into game development. I've never looked into that, but I'm sure Google can help you. Um, and yeah, again, like use your network. Like there's people here who know more about gaming than I do. So talk to them, like, learn from them, learn about how they got into game development. And yeah, if you're really determined to do it, you'll do it. Just start. Don't let your fear block you. I think fear is the number one killer of dreams. So, if it's something you want to do and you have spare time during the day, after your job or whatever, like start. Yeah.
All right.
I think I'll take that question on how to enter the gaming industry. There are so many ways to enter the gaming industry. You can enter through drawing. You can enter through programming. You can enter through law. Yesterday we had a panel on law, and law in gaming laws are a huge thing, from IPs to publishing deals. It's a lot. So there are ways to enter the game. Like she said, Google. So I think I'll just take some of the comments of YouTube now. Hero says, I would love to see more women in this industry. Women's impact can never be overlooked. Gilbert says, it's empowering to see the smart, powerful women tackle game creation in Africa from the angle of gender inclusion. So there's a question I'll just throw, anyone can answer. Can you tell us more about the roles and how each of them plays out? Anyone can answer the question. The roles in gaming.
What do they mean by roles in gaming?
Yeah.
Like the gaming industry, the whole industry. There are a lot of roles. I can't even. Let me maybe say it from an African perspective. Some roles which you would probably see a lot would be the developer, of course, someone who codes the game, but usually developer, designer, artist. Those are people who actually work on the product, and they can be the same people a lot of the times. And with art, you have 2D developers, 3D developers, asset developers. A lot of the stuff, like the art stuff which involves the actual game, the technical stuff of the game, which is programming, design, art, sound. There are so many different combinations of how you can do this, and so many different types of skills depending on the types of games you have, whether it's 3D or 2D, pixel art, and all that stuff. But besides that, because these are the skills which a lot of people look at, but besides that, you have production. Production is an important role. Production is kind of like overseeing and managing the game as the game creation process. Then you have business development. Those are the people who are in touch with the business aspect of your games. So I'm looking at small going bigger, business dev. What else? Then you have your people who are doing finances, publishers. Publishers is a big thing. A lot of times you'd use an external publisher, but you can also self-publish games on platforms like itch.io, I think Steam as well. Then you'd have marketing. Marketing, I think that's underlooked. Marketing and PR, and your legal and your financial people. That's just for game development. Gaming, you'll probably have the person, the streamer. Then you have editors. Then you have social media. You have PR, marketing, and communications. You have the art people. Whole bunch of stuff. There is a lot of stuff, honestly. Yeah, I can't cover everything in one thing. Maybe I've forgotten something. Someone else fill in for me. Yeah.
I think that's most of it, basically. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to put this out there. We're having a game jam starting on Friday, and there's a prize for women in women that who have teams. So we want to encourage more women to participate in game jams and make games. So if you're a woman out there listening, we would love for you to participate in the game jam. And there's a prize for the category of women teams. Well, the team that has more women, I mean, you can have guys also, but if you want to be just women only, that's perfectly fine. So I would like to say thank you for coming to this event and talking. Your views have been very much appreciated. So is there any last thing anyone wants to say so that we could just round up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, go first. Go first.
No, it's fine to go first. Just any last thing you want to tell anyone? Everyone.
Yeah, I think just regardless of anything, like if like you woman, I'm talking about all the women. If you women have an interest in something that you are passionate about, like don't let any stereotype like just get into the way, and just fight for it. Just fight for it, and hopefully like the light will be there. So yeah.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for a bit of a disconnection I had in the beginning, but I'm glad that you guys have been here with us and shared so much insight. I'm very sure there are women in here who are going to take heed to your advice. So thank you, loads. And yeah, I think that's it from us.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Okay, bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye bye. All right.
John isomblabele jisongkong isi tora ambombilonge ndi tobiba. John higimur alama yingjel isulinyengem.
Higimur binam anyengi nje aye. Higimur anyengi hen kongisi uke. Lanyeng jelu yong iye. Jelu kena iye.
Inyulale Zindabete Higi nduru Higi mandorona Higi sam Le ikena bis Homa basogo sogo Babi yigile bis
Laura, lo bengnana maliga masulimbo kube. Ipola we king ezama ningwawon.